Good morning, everyone. We'll get started with the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we come to you today just asking you to watch over this meeting of our commissioners, be with all our employees as they go about their duties throughout this week. Put your protection over everyone that works for us and all the people of this county. In Jesus' name, amen.
I've read the minutes. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, there's the minutes. And here's the bills.
Make a motion, we pass the bills in the amount of $207,466.07. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I've got a couple of reports for you. Got the year-to-date park reports and the sheriff's number for the week.
Sheriff's numbers are total prisoners 23, in-house 20, 3 farmed out, 911 calls, 144, jail contacts not available. Total calls for service 302. Total civil service papers served 12, VIN inspections 18. New cases open 12, 3 closed, 3 vehicle crashes, 48 bailiff activities, and 3 livestock out.
And then I also have AMR's numbers. Galen sent me an email a little bit ago. His supervisors and himself are unable to attend. Their transport volume has increased for AMR lately. They've done 21 transports in the past 7 days and 34 so far in July. They're making progress with recruiting and hiring to fill some of the open positions. They've had several employees become sick and test positive for COVID over the weekend, so they're under a crunch for staffing, but so far have been able to fill the openings due to several employees stepping up to help out a lot.
In the park report, for the month of June, income was $30,580.08. Expenses was $18,506.21. That leaves a gain of $12,073.87. And for the year to date, it's a gain of $17,411.11.
That's all I've got today till we get into budget discussions. You guys saw Sean was here. And
Yeah.
we do have a release for him to come back with some restrictions, so, but he's here.
Okay. Randy, you want to come ahead?
Good morning, Commissioners. Our reports for the last 7 days had 15 runs. You notice all those, 9 of those 15 are EMS assistants. And then 2 of them was aircraft standby. That'd be the helicopters coming in. We did have 1 structure fire up on 1650 Road, right off of 1095. That was last Tuesday, real hot day. The guys done pretty good. Had a lot of guys show up. We were able to keep everybody cooled down and didn't get anybody too hot. So that was kind of important. But it was a large barn. Brings our total up to 294 for the year. So,
What is a good intent call?
That was, standby for fireworks.
Okay.
Like Blue Mound and Lacine both had one, so.
Okay.
You guys have any questions this week or anything?
Everything going good?
Going good, so
Thank you.
Thanks.
no problem. Thank you, guys.
While Randy's still here, we talked for just a minute this morning about budgets, and as I had included a little bit about the fire budget in that email I sent you.
Yeah, I read it.
He's got some other ideas where he thinks he could make some cuts instead of what I suggested, so we'll work with that.
You can get us to revenue neutral then, is what you're telling me.
Right? Right?
Oh, yeah. I talked to
That's a good answer.
yeah, I think it'll be, next year's budget, I think could be trimmed, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. You got anything, Gary?
Oh, I
guess we'll go to him, then John.
got a request for dumping fee amelioration. This is from Chase Carpenter. You know, their place burned and they're going to demo it. And so they wanted to request dumping fee forgiveness. It's been checked over by Darren. I never kept her.
I know. Yeah, me too.
Checked
We'll
over.
call him Randy or Darren, whatever.
I keep calling it Dennis. Been checked over by Darren, and so the address is 714 Main Street. The owners are Chase and Tara Carpenter, and so if you okay with that, I need a motion to approve that.
Is to waive the entire fee? Is that what it is, or what is it?
It's waiving the dumping fee.
I'll make a motion to allow 714 Main Carpenter's Chiropractic to waive the dump fees.
I'll second it.
How long is that good for? When we approve these, have we got a date?
I don't think we have a date. I don't believe our policy says it's good for just a certain amount of time.
Should we? I mean, somebody wants it waived and then they don't do it for 6 or 8, 10 months and they,
Yeah, how do we keep track of it, I guess?
yeah. And then they come back because they got some violations against them by the cities or whatever in certain
Well,
cases.
anytime that they're doing one of these, the city is in on it because the city
Right.
has to approve it. I'd let the city do the prodding and not us, I think, so it doesn't have to become one other thing that we have to keep track of, but that's up to you.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded for the dumping fees to be
Waived.
dropped. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I will also tell you that you're probably aware of this, but the fire marshal did his inspection last Tuesday, found a handful of small things. Couple signs were not like he wanted them. Some labeling on some things was not like, that's all been corrected.
Okay.
The only other thing was some paperwork that he wanted that they weren't aware that he was going to want. He wants the burn rate and on every piece of furniture and everything in the building. They didn't have that, but they have it now, and they're going to.
Where do you get that at?
You have to go back to the manufacturer of each separate item and get it.
They shouldn't they have all that with whenever they order that stuff? The MS.
The company that did the ordering should have it in their computers, and so they're working with them, and they're going to have that paperwork done before the end of today. I have visited with the sheriff about an open house. He's planning on doing one, and he's planning on doing it the first Friday and Saturday after we get our occupancy permit. But I talked with Bill, and we're thinking that it's possible to do the open house even if we don't have the occupancy permit in hand, because we're not going to be occupying it, we're just going to be in it. And so I'm going to hear back from him later this morning sometime, whether that's true or not. And I'm going to hear back from the sheriff about this idea that I've got, that we would just go ahead and set the open house for this Friday and Saturday.
What would be for like a 8-hour period that you can come and go, or is
Well,
it?
you'd have to decide. I think the sheriff is anticipate being open for several hours each day. having someone available to conduct tours. He'd like you guys to be available to conduct tours. And also having he's got some refreshments lined out and so forth. I don't have the exact times, but I'll get those from him. But if you're okay with that, and if he's still okay with that, I think that way we get it in the paper this week. Folks can know, we get it on the website and so on. Folks could know that it's this. And then we don't have to hold up moving to have the open house or anything. It'll actually move us along quicker.
Sure.
So if you're okay with that, I'd like to move in that direction, coordinate with the sheriff, with the others that are involved. We also talked about the possibility of doing a video tour, getting a videographer to go through and let the sheriff take the videographer on a tour of the building. So we've got that preserved so that not only people who can't make it to the open house could still see it online, but also in the future, you get a new employee or you get somebody new to the community, it's out there. And if you'd be open to that, we'll probably have to hire a videographer for that. And I don't have a cost on that yet, but I don't think it'll be terrible. There are some local videographers, I think, get to do it, to film it, to edit it, to probably put in a little music and some titles and things and make it nice. So it's not just my cell phone,
Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison playing.
Something like it. I hear that train coming. Anyway, if you're open to that, I'll go ahead and pursue that a little bit. There's a slight chance that Goldberg Company might be able to do that, but I'm not sure they got the expertise to make it what we'd like it to be. So
Okay.
So anyway, are we okay on the open house?
I am.
Right
I'm
now?
fine.
Okay. I'll coordinate that with the sheriff.
And you said for when on the open house?
Friday and Saturday of this week.
Okay.
Assuming that we don't get word that we can't do it without the occupancy permit.
Okay.
We may have the occupancy permit by then, but we don't know yet.
Sure.
What else? I guess we're ready for John. Missy coming at 10:20, I guess.
Yes.
That's an hour away. You come down.
Unfortunately, when I set those up, I never know how much stuff's
I know.
fill in, and
I know.
there wasn't a lot this time.
What, is Goldberg not around at all now? They gone, I guess.
Yeah, they wouldn't be here anyway. Yeah.
They're here once a month on a Wednesday. Once a month on a Wednesday.
Is that what it is?
Kind of, I guess.
Good morning.
Morning.
Son West, Public Works Director. I discussed looking at the Getter Farms levee roadway movement with Mike just a few moments ago. He's going to be marking that out. I'll be getting with him before we head nod the placement of the roadway. I'll also be meeting with the others at the state line over the culvert issue this week and the CDL program, along with finishing up some budget issues with David. The North Shop, you approved a $25,000 bid or quote for a truck repair. It ended up being $18,000. Once they got in, they were able to reduce the price on several parts that they didn't have to replace. So we saved quite a bit there. There was an issue over the weekend or last week that Al brought to my attention at the landfill. Apparently, we had an inspection. I'm going to have to to make contact with other landfills around us and the inspector. But he was told that we no longer could put mattresses in the C and D, which is something that we've done over a considerable period of time in the past. But the inspector told him that that would not be allowed in the future, which would cause us a great deal of issue because nothing above a twin size mattress would go into the compactor, which would force us to put a roll off out in the yard to store these things and haul them. And obviously, an open top in the yard is going to draw rain, moisture, and then the weight of the mattresses and the dumping fees for those would be considerably impacted. So I'm going to get with them and find out what changed, if there was any changes, or if there's other ways to handle that issue.
Did we get a violation? Was there
We did not get a violation as far as what Al told me. He said, we did well on the inspection. The only issue was that we were told in the future we wouldn't be allowed to put those in C and D.
Okay.
Jessica's working on the measurements for the tarp for the airport and the tanks for the Pleasanton all-district shop. The update for noxious weeds. They completed several service requests at the Blue Mound Shop, Centerville Compactor this week in spraying gravel areas. They also sprayed 1000 Road from Scott to Ash in Pleasanton, Vale from 152 to the dead end past 2000, 1650 from the 19,000 area down to Ransom. And they also attended the area weed directors meeting as well. Then they completed several service requests on Friday as well, spraying airports, building and utility areas.
Are you satisfied with their spraying?
Yes, yes. They've been, for their first year, Johnny's been able to track it very well. And they've gone back to several areas to check on the chemical, and he's reporting that it's coming along as expected. I only expect as he gets more familiar with that program for it to get better each year that he does it.
So have they went through the entire county yet, sprayed it?
They have not gone through the entire county yet. He's worked a lot in following mowers in the South District, and I spoke to him several weeks ago and asked him to get with the North District as well and work following those mowers so we could spread that out.
Do they have enough fill sites to fill their tank?
We discussed that. No, we don't. And I think that's something that we're going to have to work on in the future so that we're not spending fuel and man hours going back to fill sites. But at this point, it hasn't become an issue because he hasn't gone too far into those areas that are lacking in water or fill sites.
So we're spraying for certain types of weeds during the spring and up until now. And we haven't gotten, how far have we gotten through the county for spraying?
I will have to give you an update and give you a map of that this coming week.
And then later on in the fall, we've got some other types of noxious weeds we spray for as well. So
Correct.
they're going to have to hustle to get this done
Correct.
without quitting.
Well, as I said,
They haven't gone a full season in like 5 years. So
I fully expect for them to not only get through the season, but to improve each year as they do it, because they are learning very quickly on it.
Okay.
Other than trying to catch up and from being gone, I don't have anything else for you this week. If you have any questions for me.
I seen Brenda walk in. At 300 Road and 7 Highway was brought up, and I reached out to the state last week, and they couldn't find a telephone number for the person down It's actually on the 7 highway side. And they was down there looking at it when I talked to him, and I got a telephone number, and I think Joyce has the paperwork, and we was gonna send the release form for the county and the state both to get to that intersection down there and clean that up. I talked to the lady that owned it. She was happy to let us in there. So, and the state's wanting to do just like they did on the other ones.
Okay.
It's at 300 Road and 7 Highway. So if you can ask Joyce and see, I forgot to ask her this morning, but the superintendent for the highway was supposed to drop off their release form to Joyce Friday. And then we was going to mail them to the gal.
I will check in on that.
That she'd sign them both and get them back to us.
Have you heard anything back from the feds on Xena Road out there, that bridge, that historic bridge?
No, I have not. The last update was the core samples, and I have not had contact or had any updates since those were done.
Do you have a copy of the Radcliffe Road contract? Did you get a copy of that? So it spells out, you know what I'm talking about,
That's the Getter Farms, the levee project. I do not have a copy of it.
I can email it.
Okay.
I had emailed it, Simon.
I was going to ask if you would. David's going to email, that way you can see how it's written, because once we get it staked, we're supposed to have them come in and approve it.
Yes.
They're going to approve it in writing, so.
And Mike was looking at marking that today, and then I'm going to go back out this afternoon and check it.
Very good.
Have we gone out to the rock quarries to grade the gravel? Remember, we had talked about that before, and they quit making it for a while. The quality that we're getting, all the crap that goes in it, and you get like 3 rocks per ton, and the rest is just dust. It's not that bad, but it's bad.
I personally have not. The foremans have been
Have they?
communicating with me, but I don't
Can you
know.
check on that? I think it's,
I don't know when the last time we've gone to the quarries.
Centerville to get it.
yeah. Because the quality had dropped off so bad for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will check with them on it.
That's all I got.
You get anything, Dan?
I had a question. I had someone in my district message me about, I think I said it to you, about putting those car counters out on the gravel roads. What is that about? Do you know? I think it's a state vehicle. I saw doing it.
I will have to find out because I'm unaware of those.
I think they often do counts of what traffic is coming into the state roads and where it's coming from.
Was it just in the middle of coming from my house, pretty much right in the middle of the county?
Huh.
And I'd seen him around a few different times. He's in a gray Transit van. And he had the Kansas state tag. And he was putting out, and I sent you a text too, because somebody else had saw it. I just didn't know what that was about.
I have not had any contact from anybody, but I'll check on it, see if I can find out.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Jessica?
Just need 5 minutes for trade secrets, please.
For trade secrets?
Yep. And I can go whenever you want to.
Okay.
That it?
That's all I got to say.
What do you got? Do you have anything?
Nothing else, I don't think.
Let's add 5 minutes for legal if we're going to go in there.
5 minutes for legal?
You can give me 5 minutes for non-elected personnel as well. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so we're gonna need a total of 15 minutes, executive session, 5 for trade secrets with Jessica, 5 with Rick with legal, and 5 for non-elected personnel with Sean. My motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Saw you coming down with a high.
You're gonna run off.
Well, tape measure from about 8 foot off the concrete. I guess all of us around.
I had a buddy jumping on a trick, he did a backflip, and he's like 37, I think, and he favored the game, he broke it and chewed it with it. Yeah, but he just did a backflip.
No action from executive session. And what now? Did our,
You're our leader. You're supposed to have something.
waiting on our health. Yes.
I got the message back from Bill, who says that it's fine to do that open house, even if we don't have the occupancy permit. So assuming it's okay with the sheriff, I haven't heard back from him yet. I'd say let's go ahead and schedule for this Friday, Saturday.
So is it open house? Is it a ribbon cutting too, or does that come later, or doesn't come at all on this thing?
I just anticipated it being an open house.
Okay.
If you did a ribbon cutting, that would come after everybody moves
I
in.
just want to see Jim give a speech on the.
Do what?
I just want to see you give a speech and cut the ribbon.
The main purpose of this open house, I think, is people want to see what it looks like in there.
Yeah,
I'll let you do that, Rick. You're involved in the whole deal.
I was. I'm the only one left.
You can write the speech and give it.
I'd be crying.
I said Friday and Saturday.
That's what I'm trying to work out, yeah.
How many hours are we gonna do it?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to see what the sheriff had in mind. I haven't heard back from him yet.
Okay.
So if us commissioners need to be involved, do we need to set certain times up, us be?
Yeah, you got Saturday.
Yeah.
Kevin was hoping that you guys would help lead tours. So as to.
Hell, I can't even find myself.
I can't
Wait through
find
that.
it. He's the one in charge of it.
I get lost in there every time I go.
We'll work on that. I haven't heard back from him yet, but I will.
That meeting's Wednesday at 10, right?
That's correct.
Is there anything that we need
That's
to
on the tube out.
do or take or talk about?
I think just, you're there to represent the board, and I don't know very much about the situation. She's got the background, she she being the state lady, and Jackie are the ones that had made this arrangement, that we took the tube out apparently. And we were supposed to put one back in and we didn't. That's the way she represented it to me, so. I don't think there's anything you need to take. Just show up, get the lay of the land, find out what needs to be done, and then direct Sean to do it. And Sean will be there.
Or we just need to put a tube in, that's what you're thinking, huh?
I might call Jack and just kind of get a little bit of background on it and see what his
That'd be
thought on it.
fine.
David, you got anything?
Budgets.
Well, we got
We
time.
got 25 minutes or 30.
30 minutes.
35.
We can get a good start on it.
Jackie's gonna fall asleep over there on us.
Just a second, I'm updating some stuff in my budget. Here in a moment.
Where we at, Danny, on your Pleasant Senior Center?
I don't know. I talked to Rick today.
You were getting quotes though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was working directly with them, so.
The air conditioner's working okay over there for him,
I ain't heard from nobody.
I haven't heard anything.
I talked to Rick, or I asked Rick how many AC units we had. I just asked last week. We have 78 AC units around the county plus 4 new units on the new Justice Center. I don't know if we need, if there's like a maintenance deal we need to do one time a year or what, so we don't run into this or go out and spend $6,000-7,000 on maintenance and then replace them with brand new. I don't know. I mean, it's, I don't know. It's not really my forte with HVAC, but maybe if we got a quote from a few different companies and figured out what something like a preventative maintenance schedule would look like for them to go around, and I think it's kind of silly to go out and spend a couple $1,000s on, maintenance and then just replace the whole unit.
Yeah, I agree.
It's something that I think we could think about, but I do have a contractor lined up to walk through with us, David, over there at the old district courts. Whenever you're ready.
Hey, you need to get Kathy involved in that too, please.
Yeah. Some good times, and if you got times that'd be better than others for you, or.
I'm just kind of all over the place. Whatever works for everybody else. I'll
Okay.
make it work.
I'll get with Kathy and see if we can come up with a time soon to take a look at that.
Okay. It's set for this Friday and Saturday. He's going to run tours on Friday at 10, 12, 2, and 4. On Saturday, he's going to run tours at 8, 10, and 12. You guys are welcome to be there at any time during that and to participate in the tour, shake hands with the constituents and so forth. He's not going to assign a specific tour to you,
Okay.
but to the extent you want to be there, fine. And he's going to get something in the paper. In fact, you might check with him because Kevin is coordinating. So that's.
Can we get something on Facebook or something for everybody to know that too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the website or Facebook too?
Both. We got both.
Yep. I think
David's got it.
you're going to reach Chris and have him do that, or?
For the website, I'll need to talk to Chris. The Facebook part for the county, I can get that on.
Okay.
We'll work on that. All right. So you ready to dive into some of the budget discussion?
Yeah, let's do it.
So I sent you guys a copy
Got it.
of the budget this weekend, along with some comments I had on it and ideas. I'm gonna open that file up so I can see what all I sent you, because we definitely have some work to do on budgets to figure out where we're going with everything. I just now updated that budget comparison sheet to put levies in it, and I emailed all of you a copy of that. But at the moment, as everything stands in the budget, our county levy would be 43.449. Our revenue neutral rate is 42.581. So we're almost a full mill over revenue neutral as it stands. Rural fire, which is separate from the county because it's a special district, does cover the whole county, has its own revenue neutral rate. Right now, the levy on that one is 2.093 and revenue neutral is 1.921. If you look back at where we were on the rates that we're working under right now, these are both decreases in mill levies. On the county budget, we would be going from 47.848 to 43.449. And on rural fire, we would be going from 2.203 to 2.093. So both of them are decreases, but they are not enough of a decrease to hit revenue neutral. The reason for that is the revenue neutral rate takes into account our increase in value and what levy it would take to issue the same amount of tax dollars as we did the previous year. So since our valuation went up a lot, it lowers the mill levy enough to bring in the same tax dollars.
So Also, David, last year it didn't seem like much of a struggle at all to get to revenue neutral. Why do you think such a difference this year?
Well, combination of things.
We've increased personnel.
Personnel is up. Our health insurance renewal was really high and we didn't expect it to be that high. That's a big chunk of it.
That was an increase of what, 400,000 or?
At least it was roughly a 25% increase on our insurance cost. So that's a big part of it right there. The employee benefit budget itself, I have going up 618,000. And a big part of that is health insurance, but it's also with more staff, the FICA goes up, the capers goes up. I mean, it just affects everything in that budget the more we increase. So these numbers do not include any cost of living. And I went through and calculated an estimate on what cost of living would do to us. To cover a 5% cost of living, we would have to increase the county levy a little over $1 million. And that would put us at 44.504. That's still a decrease from the current levy of 3.344. But it would be 1.923 above revenue neutral. So to get to revenue neutral, we've got to decrease our levy 5.267 mils.
Give me a dollar amount,
On which part?
reducing it to 5.2.
From with the cost of living or?
With the cost of living, yeah, I'm sorry.
So right now our value is 320 million. So let me do the math here. Hang on just a moment. So we're looking at 1.923 mils. If I take that times the value, we'd be looking at cutting a little over $615,000 to get down to revenue neutral.
Okay.
That's what the 5% cost of living.
Right.
So that didn't include the infrastructure, right?
Right.
And that's
pulled the
what's-
infrastructure grants out.
You have?
Yes.
That's without?
Yeah, because we had not budgeted that to begin with. So those were not in there.
Like, how does the resource officer, what the schools are paying, that's not in that sheriff's budget, or is it what they're actually?
That is actually something I can pick up a little bit because I did not put that revenue in there.
That's 70,000 or so?
SRO revenue can
72.
go back in.
Mhm.
And that's just, I did not think about putting that one in.
Okay.
I do, however, already have 300,000 from ARPA in there to help with our benefits costs. And that's why I mentioned to Jessica on the way through, I need to talk to her before we got away today because I want her to check into that and make sure we can use it that way. I think we can, but we just need to verify that.
And that's already put in?
Yes, I already put that in. I also talked to the sheriff about income on housing prisoners. We don't have a federal contract at this point. They're still talking about it. But he thinks even without that we could probably look at 150,000 this year in income just from other counties and $500,000 next year. And he thought $500,000 was very conservative on that. He really thinks it'll be more, but I put in 150 this year and I put in $500,000 next year. So those are already in there too. I truly don't see, other than cutting our reserves down, our contingency and windfall to very, very low compared to where we'd like to be, how we're going to meet revenue neutral. And truthfully, to me, this would be a year to go over if you're going to. I mean, costs have risen on everything we're doing. Fuel goes up, it drives every other cost up. And, truthfully, if it wasn't for this revenue neutral law, we wouldn't even be having this discussion right now because I'd come in and tell you we can lower the mill levy over 3 mills and everybody'd be happy. So it brings up the discussion, but there's nothing that says we can't go over. if you're willing to do that.
So is the ARPA funds covering the cost of living too?
Well, I mean, it's just I put it in the budget, so it's helping.
But it's not in, it doesn't count as part of this 615,000, does it?
No, it's already in there. We need that much
More.
more than what we have.
I don't see how,
So then like the health department budgets went up 100 and some thousand to what it was. Now, how's that, if that's grant money, why,
The budget is up, however, the mill levy's down because I put all that grant income in there in that one. So I actually lowered the levy on the health budget from a little over half a mil to just a little over a quarter of a mil. So by putting that grant money in, I was able to bring that levy down even though the budget's up. The general fund levy, as it stands right now, is down close to 3 mils. Road and bridge is down close to 2 mils. Employee benefits is up about 1.5 mils.
but you're saying the mill went from 280,000 roughly to 320? Is that
Our value.
a value, off our value?
Yeah. I mean, that's what makes the revenue neutral rate go down, is that increase in value. We went from 284 million last year to 320 million this year. The Fair Association levy is up, but they had requested more this year,
does
and
that go into our budget?
that's part of our.
Part of ours?
Yeah, they were at 0.201 mils last year, and I've got them at 0.394. But they have the authority to go up to 0.5 mil, and we just budget it for them. So they're still 1/10 of a mil under what they could go to. So, I mean, I'll put that SRO income in. That will change the number a little, but that's nowhere close to covering.
Is there anything else we could use ARPA funds for to try to help? Or is that a good idea or?
How much can we increase the ARPA funds? What's the amount we can use?
Well, our total ARPA that we've received so far was a little over 900,000.
Yeah.
We'll receive about that much more this year. We've paid out a little over $500,000 to Bookcom,
We're gonna give,
and we've got SEK Mental Health.
They want something
That's
that,
wanting some. I mean, it just depends on how much is left and what we can use, and that's actually what I wanted to talk to you about.
didn't we give people some too?
we gave people 50,000.
We discussed last week, and I think you were out last week, I believe, so I didn't have a chance to talk to you.
Okay.
Using some of our ARPA funds to help fund our increase in employee benefits, and we need to check and see if that's an acceptable use of it.
Okay.
So can you check with Taylor and see if we can?
I can find out this week.
300,000 next year to help with our levy for employee benefits or for cost of living, or however you want to look at it.
Uh-huh.
in the budget.
Okay. I can find out this week.
So this year, like I said, we just paid out a little over $500,000 to Quick. We've got that request from mental health. So I don't know how much more is available. It's not spoken for, or other ideas
50
you
people's,
have.
don't we?
50 people's. Uh-huh.
But we haven't given anything to SEK.
Not
No,
yet.
they've requested.
They just
We haven't
requested.
given it out yet, but.
Yeah.
I've got one.
An update on where we're at and what.
I've got one rural water district that's working on an application. The others haven't gotten back with me if they're going to or not, but yeah.
I thought the first one, David, that you sent us over the weekend, that cities thing wasn't included. Maybe I was wrong.
No, I mean, looking at the email here, what I said was we typically spend 300 to 400,000 from contingency each year without the grants to the cities. And then I put in parentheses, the city grants for 2023 are not included in the budget. So we've already paid them the money this year that we had in there, which was about 284,000 this year. But next year, if we were going by that same formula, we would have been paying out about 320,000 to the
And
cities.
we're getting paid out this, we're not paying it out next year.
Right.
And you need a decision when?
Okay, so it's a two-part question. I need to know by next Monday if you will go over revenue neutral or not. Because the first requirement on going over is there has to be a notice to the clerk, well, to me, by the 20th of July that we're going to exceed. So I would need to know at next Monday's meeting if you're willing to go that route so that I can fill out that notice and have it in my possession on the 20th of July. If we're not going to go over, we would need to publish our budget by the first Wednesday in August, which is the 3rd, in order to have our budget hearing at would be the 15th, I think, is that 3rd Monday. But the 15th is supposed to be the deadline to approve the budget if you're not going over. So we've got the rest of this month if we're not going to go over. The first decision is, are we going to go over, or at least give notice that we might be going over, and that I need next week. One of the things you can look at on that is if we do that notice, it does not require you to go over still, but it gives us the authority to go over. It would then delay our budget hearing until after August 20th. So we'd have over a month to work on wherever we could find money or make cuts to bring it down.
So what exactly happens if we go over?
If we go over, then our levy is higher than what the revenue neutral is. We'd have to pass a resolution to do it. I mean, there's some more steps to go through.
What's it gonna do in the long run to us?
In the what?
In the long run, what
Insurance.
Actually, I think it would be good for us in the long run because it would make it available to keep our levy where we need it the following year.
so do you think we're
Insurance costs us 25%.
So should we, what do you recommend?
I really think we should go over this year. Last year, we actually went less than revenue neutral, so that reduced us that much more on what we could do this year.
So what's the pros and cons of each to do? Going over or not going over?
It's just, what do you need to fund your budgets? I mean, the higher the mill levy, the more it costs people in taxes. So that's the con, is
Yeah.
people are going to pay more property.
So before I would go and say we need to look at the budgets to cut, I'd like to see everybody, all the section heads that did the budgets, their budgets, and to ask them, and if we need a special meeting this week, I'm willing to do that, no problem. To go over and see if they can find any additional cuts that they can.
Yeah. And I know there are things in some budgets that could be reduced. Without naming particular budgets right now, there are some, when they turn in their estimate for this year's expenses, that just show they're going to spend the whole budget.
Right.
They may not need to do that. So there could be some cuts there. Next year, there may be projects, equipment, whatever it might be that you wouldn't have to have. So there could be some cuts there. But that's going to be, discussion with those department heads to find out where they could trim some. I can't imagine we're going to find $600,000 to trim, except for if I start cutting into contingency and windfall more. I could find it there if we need it, but it's going to reduce our reserves down even more. I did not build those two budgets back up for next year to where they were this year. However, windfall, we had intentionally built up to 3 million a few years ago, knowing we were going to use it as part of this project. So I dropped that one back down to, what was it, 1.5? Nothing says we have to have 1.5 million in that account.
Right.
But it's nice to have some reserves because you don't know what might come up that you're not planning on, where we have to spend some money.
The 615,000 that you gave me, that number, and then, remember, you just figured that out, what we would be without. And then do you actually subtract the 72,000 from that, or is it, you put it into a formula and it'll work out different for the SRO?
Well, I put it in as income and it will reduce the tax.
By 72,000?
It may not be exact because there's a delinquency computation on there too. So It won't be exact.
But it'll be under 600,000.
Yeah, I can throw it in there right now and just see what it does. So it was it 72? Is that what we have coming in?
Yeah.
So if I put in an additional 72 in income, and I'm just going to throw it in anywhere right now to get it in there. Okay, that would make our proposed levy 43.223. And before we did that, it was 43.449. So that gives us about 0.2 of a mil by putting that in.
And we still gotta get to, what is it, 42.9?
42.581 to be revenue neutral.
Okay.
And that's still
The goal for
without
me.
living.
David, let me ask about the ARPA funds.
Mhm.
We've spent 500,000 with QuickCom.
Yeah, just
We've got another 58,000 to go
with them.
with them. So 500 and, let's say 560,000, and we spent 50 with
Peoples.
people.
We haven't spent it yet, but
We've committed it.
yeah.
So there's basically 600, a little over 600,000 that we've committed. What else have we committed?
I don't think we've committed to anything else.
Ain't
yet.
nothing else.
So if you got 1.9 million is what I think the total comes to.
Between, last year and this year.
Yeah.
would be. We haven't received this year's yet.
And it's my understanding, limited though it may be, that since we declared these lost funds, we can use them on anything.
And that's my understanding also, but
Right.
I want to verify.
Right, I understand. But if we've got, let's say we've spent 650,000 out of that 1.9 million, that still leaves us 2.5 million, 1.25 million, 1.25 million, ARPA funds. And any amount of that, which could be directed towards the budget to keep you revenue neutral.
How many years do we have to spend that?
We receive it over 2 years, but then I think we have about another 2 years past that to spend it.
So
So it could get us through the next,
it was your concern to put too much into it and rely on it too much to.
well, then what happens when we get to that point where it runs out? Do we have to jump the levy all of a sudden? That's
Business
about
plan.
10 mils to cover everything.
And that's the downside. If you're just interested in glossing over this year, you can pull from that. If you're interested in looking ahead and saying, how do we keep from having a big jump later? A little jump now, as opposed to a big jump later, might be advantageous, but.
Just like the benefit package, which I realize it's something that we've had all along, but if it's a 25% increase, that is something that we're actually giving the employees there too, because I've been in the situations at companies that I may get a 2% pay raise, but then my insurance doubles because it went up with the company, and I don't know. I guess I think we could drop the 5% down a little bit myself, but what do you guys think?
Can you throw some numbers at us on that? Like
Give me
3.5?
I just think if we have the ARPA funds to be able to do that, we should utilize it first for our employees and I mean, it's been a hell of a year for everybody.
Is that why, David? I know you're typing. Is that why some of them just given a one-time bonus? Does that count out of will that count against the budget?
Well, it would
I
the
don't-
year you do it,
It would,
but it's not going to continue through other.
even though it's ARPA funds?
It would still count in your budget, but it would not count in their paychecks. In other words, next year, you don't have to pay that bigger sum.
Well, the lump sum gives you a raise this year, but you don't get to figure it off of your.
You don't
I'm
carry it
trying
on.
to see what we can do.
What
Yeah.
was 5%? That was only like, what,
Okay, so-
$8 a paycheck?
Well, let me get back to that one. Right now with 5% between the salaries and the benefits that ended up about 336,000 roughly. So for each percent, it's a little over 67,000. So if you're talking 3.5, that would make it 235. So you'd save about $100,000 there.
100,000, there
As
had
opposed to
roughly 70,000 with the resource officer, so.
Yeah. So there's 170, which is about $500,000.
So we're working, we're making progress. Unless we can, we need to work with we need I think we need a special meeting to ask, you know. I don't want to just start demanding cuts, but I want to know that everybody's working hard to save money, make their budgets the best they can this year. I'm not willing to just say, okay, we're just going to go over revenue neutral.
I don't want to go over if we can stop from.
And I mean, if you can, if the ARPA funds is a one-time bonus better than putting it in their salaries figuring it in for their salaries for next year or not? In other words, I want them to get what they deserve. They're going to pay taxes on it anyway.
Right.
Just
Either way.
So
You're probably going to pay a little higher percentage tax
Right.
when it comes to you.
it's better than not getting anything.
It is.
So I want everybody to work on this the goal is to get the revenue neutral. I know you're like, why? I know.
But and here's my point on that. Revenue neutral long-term is not sustainable. If prices continue to rise, your income's going to have to go up to cover it. Or you're going to cut services or employees.
Yeah,
There's no other way around that.
exactly.
So it's a fallacy that you can be revenue neutral forever.
Right. Oh, I don't disagree. It's just, are we doing our best? So. Everybody's quiet.
I'd like to, bring in each department head, figure out, their absolute needs for this year, and then maybe even a 3-year outlook of what they,
Is there a way to set up a special meeting? I know there's a way, but is there a good day to bring them over here and all meet and not fight over, but try to work with everyone to reduce their budget for next year? David?
Yeah, I've got another schedule I want to look at because I'm still doing budgets for other districts this week too, and I need to look at that schedule and see what I have on there to a time that I could even do it. Schedule. So I have tomorrow's the 12th. I am tied up pretty much all day doing budgets for other entities. And I have one on the 14th in the afternoon. But I think that's the days that I'm doing other people's budgets this week. So tomorrow is shot for me, the 14th in the afternoon.
How about Friday?
Friday's probably my best day.
Okay.
On top of that, Wednesday's when we send the first round of advanced ballots out. So my whole office is going to be tied up doing that Wednesday to get them out. Yeah, Friday would definitely be my best day. And are you talking a morning, an afternoon? What time of day?
Well, I know the sheriff's going to be busy at 10. We already know that.
Yeah,
So
he's going to be busy.
if we could do it like 8 o'clock.
I'm open for whatever you guys want to do.
I got Friday at 8, yeah.
You what?
I'm okay on Friday at 8.
That'd be fine with me.
So my motion will be to have a special meeting with all the department heads to discuss the upcoming budget for 2023 to try to reduce it. And that meeting will be Friday at 8 o'clock in the morning
And you want them, if possible, to come in with
with results. Yeah, not
cuts.
yeah, with possible cuts.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. We'll have a special meeting Friday morning at 8 o'clock. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Obviously, I just got the budget stuff worked up this weekend to get to where I could even tell you levies. I've not had a chance to talk to department heads yet. Like I said, Randy came over about some issues this morning, so we talked just a little, and he thinks he's got some ideas on his. But I have not even talked to anyone else yet about any of it. I did send all the department heads after I emailed you guys a copy of that email and just let them know where we were at. So I would guess some of them were thinking about it already anyway. I did talk to Kevin for just a few minutes this weekend because he'd gotten a hold of me about some other things too.
Okay.
I do know so far on what I've seen from other entities within the county, I've got a couple of notices already of people that are going over their revenue neutral. I just happened to run into the Prairie View superintendent in the hall one day last week, and I don't have a notice from them yet, but he told me they're definitely going over.
Yeah, all the cities we know are, and I know.
Mount City's not the way.
Oh, really?
Right now.
Wow. Good for them.
Lacine, I believe, has already sent me a notice. I did some city budgets last week, and some of the smaller cities are not planning on going over.
Perfect.
I have not heard anything from Pleasanton yet. I worked an estimate up for Linn Valley, but I don't believe I sent that one in to publish yet because she was going to go back to the council before.
Do you do the libraries too?
Yeah, and I've only had one library in so far. The others are coming tomorrow. The one here in Mound City at the moment is planning on going over, but I don't know that it'll stay that way because there's some other questions we had, and she was going to get back with me this afternoon on where they're going to go. But I think I have my other libraries tomorrow, except the Lacine Library, and they do their own budget. I think they're planning on going over also.
So your thoughts on the ARPA funds being used different ways? What's your thought?
I think it's a Band-Aid.
It is a Band-Aid. Absolutely.
Because at some point we're going to get to, we can't keep funding.
Yeah, but even though it's a Band-Aid, is it a Band-Aid the best advantage for the county to use it as a upfront, here's this one-time thing, or is it put it into the budget and reduce it?
Do you think we could spread it out for a few years like it says we can and then try to build a plan, or do you think that's kind of really risky?
I mean, we could try it. Again, I mean, it's
not permanent.
very long.
So something's got to give sooner or later.
Like you said, the sheriff said 150,000 this year, then 500,000 next year. I mean, he thinks that there's.
Well, and he thought that was a pretty conservative estimate, even for this year's 150. I mean, he's pretty confident he can get prisoners in there from other places as soon as we're open and able. And really the 500 next year, he wasn't telling me double that, but he thinks close to double that is possible. But just to be conservative budgeting, I would rather budget
Sure.
on the income side. So we agreed that 500 would be a good number for next year. If we do get that federal contract, that could go up a lot, which could help us down the road.
Okay.
Okay.
But to spend that money, we would have to not be revenue neutral,
So on our,
right?
No, because if we've got the income, it doesn't affect the tax levy.
We don't count that as revenue,
Well, no, we count it as revenue, but it's revenue and then,
tax levy.
or are you talking about the jail income?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd just be additional revenue, which would decrease the amount of tax levy needed to fund the budget.
You could
So-
drop the tax levy or the levy the next year if you could.
Yeah.
You could see he was getting it.
And if we have a bigger carryover than we planned, so like we put that 150 in this year's income and we end up getting 300 this year, well, then our carryover is going to be that much better, which would help the following year's levy.
on our cemetery districts, do we fund all their expenditures? I mean, what we pay for does it cover all their costs? Or do they not spend, or do they not sell plots and things like that?
They do, but that's calculated in their budget.
I'm not saying take this, I'm just asking, don't take that.
And 3 of them are included with our budget just because they're published as a special district in ours. but it's their taxing authority that goes in there. The other two just do their own separate budgets instead of putting it in with ours, but we really don't control any of that. It's what they need to run their cemetery and.
They control the whole thing. We just
Yeah.
allocate money towards it.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just taxing the people in their cemetery district. It's not a countywide, even though it's included with our budget on some of them.
Does have anything else? Missy, you ready to come ahead? I
We're
guess.
really in a bad mood, so what you got? Yeah, that's all I was just.
You guys asked for numbers, so I had my staff, tell you what they do in a week. It's a little bit different than, I guess, I don't know, what other people do, but a little bit different in that with the health department, not only do we provide services, but we have to also go in and chart everything, document everything. So you can see that like, on my LPN, what she's done through the day, 13 COVID cases, emails, worked on communicable diseases. Anytime there's a disease in Linn County that is communicable, you have to investigate it. And also if there was an animal bite, an animal bite is a lot of work. And staff meetings, outreaches, so you can see, do you need a copy of this, David?
If you got one later, it's fine.
Okay. And that's not to mention all the phone calls that we get every day. So each person, I had them just do a week's worth of what they do every day for you guys so you can see. So, they are doing daily numbers. Next week, I won't have in depth all of this, but this is just kind of show you what all the work is outside of just seeing patients. We had an active shooter training last Monday, or no, I'm sorry, Tuesday, and that took most of the afternoon on Tuesday. So I'll let you guys look at that and see what you think.
We're not expecting her to do this every week.
No, I wasn't going to every week. I just want, I wasn't going to every week. Just, I wanted to do it the first time so that you could see, okay, what is all involved when you give a shot? It's not just they come in, give a shot and go. There's prep work, actually giving the vaccine, and then charting afterwards to document that vaccine.
The CHC, they do WIC too, don't they?
We do WIC on Tuesday, Thursday, no, I'm sorry. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday.
So are they kind of competing with us in that sense of things? In the WIC?
Is that what?
Are they competing with us? Like, is that, or
Who?
is that
Is who?
CHC?
No, we have the WIC contract. They do not do WIC. And we're pretty proud. On Friday, we had 85 come to our health promotion at the pool. I know.
It's a lot of people.
It is a lot of people. And they said there were still people coming when they left. So
Was you giving out something?
we paid everybody's fee for that day to come swim for free. And we also gave out little prizes like beach towels, pool toys, gave everybody a bottle of sunscreen and talked about sun safety. Yeah. And we'll be doing that this Friday here at Pleasanton at the pool. So if any of you would like to come out and go swimming, you can come out and go swimming.
You guys are kind of old. I'd probably go.
What?
The older folks, they go at like 7 or 8 at night, I think.
Yeah.
Older
No. Be showing up in your thong. Whatever you guys call. What else you got?
This week, I'll be working on grant stuff, quarterly reports, so that's pretty much going to be my week. Wednesday, we will be out of the office. There will not be any nursing services because we have a public health nurses meeting in Chanute.
So Friday we're asking, I just heard for a special meeting.
Yeah, at 8, that's fine.
See if you can work on your budget this week and try to reduce it some. Can? I don't have anything.
Any questions?
What do you do on the active shooter training? Does the sheriff's department come over or what's that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Clinton came over and did it and walked around the building and kind of looked at things that we could improve on safety. Of course, we're getting the magnetic doors, so that's going to help a lot. That you can just swipe our badge and get in.
So in the event of an active shooter in a building somewhere where there's a lot of people, would you all come out to assist if there was several people hurt or not?
I mean, I guess if you needed us, we could.
This was about an active shooter in their building.
Oh, in my building?
Yeah. No. It's courthouse or one of the schools.
It's somewhere in the county.
And
is what
there's
he
all.
said.
If you wanted
several
to.
hurt people, would you be able to help out?
Yeah, we have trauma bags that we can grab and go.
Is that ever discussed with the sheriff of how that would happen, that plan?
We kind of talked a little bit about it on Monday, but we don't have a.
Because I'm sure
Plan.
there's only 2 ambulances in that.
Well, I'm sure if there was, it's going to be all hands on
I'm
deck.
sure
but-
everybody would want to.
Yeah, I mean, we would just grab our trauma bag and if that's what you wanted us to do. Sometimes we don't need everybody there, looking at what's going on. But if there are injuries, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
So I stepped out for just a minute, so I don't know if you'd said anything yet, but were we gonna go in executive and talk about some personnel? issues?
Yes.
How much time do
Oh,
we,
that's what I thought. I wasn't sure.
how much time do we need?
20 minutes, 15, I don't know.
20 minutes? I make a motion to go in executive session for 20 minutes for personnel with Missy. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Was Randy here to talk more about his budget or what was he doing?
Thank you.
Make a motion that we continue on with the executive session for additional 10 minutes.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
schools. As far as we know, it's never been done in this county or in very many counties.
You know how to do it and what it consists of?
Well, there's not very much explanation, is there, Gary?
No explanation.
I have a checklist that other administrators have brought up. It's supposed to be a yearly. It's not a health inspection, it's a sanitary inspection.
Basically, you're supposed to go ahead and make sure the outhouse is being cleaned out.
What brought this up?
They started talking about it in our administrative forum that we have. We have like an administrative,
It's never been done. I mean,
not here.
But, I mean, what brought it up?
But my administrators forum that we had, we were talking about it, and they were talking about these sanitary inspections. It's come up again. There's a new statute, and so that's what brought it up. Is it, a lot of health departments haven't been doing them either, and now it's come up again. And I sent Gary the statute on Friday.
Yeah.
That we're supposed to be.
Is there some kind of guidance you're going to provide them if it is or isn't?
Well, yeah, it's like making sure hot water is what it's supposed to be. I can't remember. It's all in there.
Yeah, the examples here, making sure that like I say, I mean, this was first put in place back at the time when you had outhouses, literally. And so you're supposed to make sure that the bathrooms are sanitary.
So we're a little late.
What the forms that they've got now are, make sure all the toilets flush. Make sure, that there's no leaks,
health officials
of
has to go to
sewage.
all the schools.
Yes, all the schools in the county in the fall.
Like you said, making sure that there's hot water to wash hands with.
Where does this report
All
go?
schools or what?
I'm sorry?
Public schools or?
Public schools.
Where does the report go to?
We just keep it.
We just keep it. But you,
Like I said, it's not.
you went to administrators,
It's not like I'm going and checking the.
no, but you went to administrators course or something? Well, how,
Yeah, there's a training on.
okay, so you went to a training, they brought
No, I
this
haven't
up?
went to a training. There is a training.
He's on an online forum, and they were
Okay.
talking about it in that forum.
The administrators all have a forum, and we were talking about it, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And so everybody, not just us, everybody, there's several other counties that didn't have anybody to do it because of public health office.
But who was administrating this forum
It's
online?
all the administrators in Kansas.
And we're supposed to be doing this?
Yep.
Is it a state requirement?
In the statute. Statute says
How'd you miss that,
the
Gary?
statute says the local health officer shall do this.
All right.
So it doesn't need a vote or anything. We just want to let you know if,
Because you'll probably get a call from the superintendent saying, what's this about?
Okay.
so.
Well, we do have some action from the executive sessions.
I'll make a motion that we allow.
Why don't you let him read it?
Okay, so what I had prepared, if this matches with what you're about to say, Danny, is move to name Amanda Snyder as the assistant to the administrator of the health department with no change in her current salary.
That's my motion.
I will second that.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any other questions?
I don't have any.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, I mentioned in something, I thought maybe Darren had a issue. You want me to go check or check with him just to see if, I honestly don't remember what it was at the moment either, but
I think we get our mail situation taken care of. We can save a lot of money on the budget.
The what?
The mail situation?
You're, I think you should just come over and do it. I mean, come on.
There'd be a lot of people mad. I can't make it nowhere on time. Do you have Jackie Messer's new phone number?
not that I'm aware of.
Is there anything you can give guidance to when you put out the notification for a special meeting on Friday with that maybe it will help them at least work on? Because everybody's going to say, I need every dollar I have. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what everybody's going to say, but
I mean, I'll work up some type of statement.
certainly no threats, but we do need to work together to lower it.
Are we gonna have the outside entities come in too? I mean, do you think
No.
it's fair to ask our just our department heads to cut their budget and nobody else?
Well, they got their own budget.
Who?
I mean, he is.
No, I'm talking about like just the outside entities that come in and ask us for money.
Like the SEK.
Yeah, we'll just,
and stuff.
we're just gonna end up cutting theirs if nothing else.
I-
If they're
I
more
can
than
let
they
them
were
know
last
what
year.
we're doing and see if they want to come.
Yeah.
I can't
I mean, don't you think that's only
make
fair?
them come.
But I mean,
It's only fair, but
Just like with the fair board where they take that, all that, that's all.
mandatory. That's nothing we can do about
There's
that,
nothing we can do about that, right?
right? It's an increase in their mill
We're not
levy.
gonna ask them.
Other than ask them, I think that's all we could do because
could ask
it goes into our budget, but it is a levy for them and they have authority to go up to half a mil.
so do we have to provide them with a building and give them?
So it does not hurt to ask them if they could do with a little less than what they put in there, but I think that's their decision.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. There's gonna have to work really hard at what we do. I'm not necessarily. You worked hard to get the 5%, and I think that's a decent increase. And I don't want you to think that I don't want them to have that, but we do need to work to see what we can to compromise in there in between.
I'll
And
work on some suggestions too to go with
I appreciate
what
that.
comes in.
Some contingency reductions, even though you don't want to, maybe for now.
It's like I say, I mean, with the insurance, even though it's the same benefit
Right.
we're given really good benefits.
Yeah.
And even though they go up, like I said, it's sometimes to keep.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue that point at all. I mean, we have very good benefits. And
That's
the
about,
cost of us providing those benefits went up substantially.
Substantially.
yeah, but
Maybe next year it might not, like you say, we could end up,
I have my doubts that it will come down,
never comes down fast as it goes up.
but if it will level off and not take big jumps, then that helps us in years.
Exactly.
and that's probably what held us together for a while, because we usually train certain professions here and then they go north and get better jobs. But our benefits package was good, but we can't have our benefits being really, really good and our pay really, really starting to suck,
But if it's $5 a gallon gas, a younger guy like me, I'd be like, I don't give a damn about those benefits. I want money.
Yeah, I know.
Because if you don't make enough money, then can't you qualify for free insurance?
I guess you go
I
to,
don't know. I'm
It isn't free.
No.
I guarantee you, I've got people that's on it, even though it's Obamacare, it's pretty expensive.
It's scary. He didn't need anything from me. And then I talked to you about, I've got a statute I want to send you that I'd like to review. And there's also, and I'll email you about it. I've got another one concerning a township issue that I'd like you to take a look at too. Happy to do it.
thank you, sir.
All right. See you.
So what about like the libraries? Are they the same? They have authority to
The
go.
libraries are
Totally.
So they're not even in our budget. They have their own, and we have no say on that at all. And again, without naming a name, I met with one library last week. And at the time we met, they were going to go over revenue neutral. And they may still, probably will. But there's also some grant money that they get through the regional library or through the state. And there are requirements to get that grant where you have to increase your tax dollars or that it's a two-part deal. And even with going over, even though their tax dollars would go up the way I calculated it, they still didn't qualify. But when I talked to the person who runs that one, she didn't know that it was worth the amount of grant they'd get to go up. So they may change their budget a little and maybe they won't go up or not go up more just to get it anyway.
Right.
But there are programs like that out there, and I know libraries are one of them, where people above them in the library system are telling them you need to go up so you can get this grant money.
I just think the township thing is kind of goofy the way it works. After, I told you that when we had to appoint somebody else for the one up in Lincoln Township. They basically have no instruction on what to do with the money, really, right?
Just what the staff,
And they give so much they donate so much of it, and they keep a lot. No, keep a lot because they don't get a lot anyway, but they keep it stashed away. But it just seems,
but yeah, all these I mean, the townships, the libraries, the cemetery districts, from the county side is no different than a city. I mean, they are their own board. They have their
Yeah.
authority. We've got no control over what they do. Townships are supposed to report to us, but we get
That's
the
it.
report,
Yeah.
and it doesn't mean we can do anything about it. It's just we have a report.
I just don't think they have guidance other than
They really don't have much.
back in the 1800s when they just spend the money like on your township.
And if you look at the townships around our county, they have totally different approaches
Oh,
in different
We
townships.
should all work together.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them spend almost nothing. Some of them spend a lot. Some
Yeah.
of them
Give a lot away.
donations and give a lot away.
Can you
And
tell, did you get pork chops instead of T-bones?
yeah, even some
Filet
of them
mignon.
pay their officers a officer's pay fee, which usually isn't a lot, and some of them don't take any money for it. But it's all up to them on what they do.
Sure.
Did the area of aging come in and give us a budget, or did
Just mailed it to us.
the East Central?
Oh, well, it's just part of our elderly budget, but I
Oh,
have
is it
not
part of that?
seen any.
Didn't they come in last year? Or is that just 'cause
They used to come in a lot.
Yeah,
We reduced it by 25,000. Now they don't come in.
Yeah, we just I don't think we really adjusted it.
I wouldn't either.
I thought they came in. Maybe they just came in because they were introducing that new lady or something.
I think that was, yeah, the last time they were here was just on that, but no, I don't know if one of them in the offices over here got anything from them on a proposal, but all I got was our elderly budget from over here that I put in, and it's within that.
They're not going to ask for any increases at all because they have the money next 5 years or so. I don't think they're going to ask for next year even.
8 o'clock Friday morning, and I will get a notice out to everyone and just kind of try to explain where we're at and what we're doing. And I said I did after I sent you guys that email this weekend. I forwarded that to department heads and elected officials just to let them know that we were going to be talking about this and where we were at on everything. So
And I don't want them coming over here thinking we're demanding, we're asking for their input on it. But I mean, I want everybody to get as much cost of living allowance as we can afford to give. But we do need some reductions from them as well, if possible. And if they absolutely can't, then we're going to have to do something drastic to work at getting to that point. My goal is still, I know your thoughts and my thoughts are a little different on it. And you're right, the sustainability of overtime is probably not going to work out unless something drastically changes. But I just think that should be a goal that we should always fight for every year.
So like the extension office, like Southeast Mental Health,
extension doesn't even come through us anymore.
or what? No,
They-
or which one was the one that came in here with the land? What was that? The land people, or what do they do? What was
So
that?
what?
Oh, soil conservation.
Yeah,
Yeah, conservation
I
district.
mean, we're gonna have all them come in and like.
I can send all of them a message.
I think it's only fair. I mean, if I was a department head, I would. I mean, I don't think we should just only cut if we're gonna do something cutting. We should just cut in house. I think it should be everywhere.
But yeah, I'll get a notice out to all.
But you got the budgets that worked hard and they stayed under their budget for the following year. They didn't raise their budget. There's a few of those we had came in and said,
Like solid waste, didn't it jump up quite a bit?
Yeah, let me open it and look here. I think you're right.
I think we had a huge increase in solid waste, and I don't.
Mental health, they were confused.
for fuel probably.
Solid waste, yes, went up almost 12%. But that's going to be a question for Sean. Why did we go up that
Huge
much?
fuel bills probably.
And I'm sure that's some of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your
And-
road budget. Fuel's going to be a big chunk of it. Sheriff actually uses a lot of fuel too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, fuel's affecting a lot of things, but,
Right.
solid waste. So their contractual is up. And their commodities are up. That'd be where their fuel comes in. They're up 22,000 in commodities. I don't have explanation with that on here, but I would guess that's where the most of that 22 is probably in fuel.
How much of an increase for the whole
the whole budget was up 76,000. Some of that, there are about 5,000-6,000 of that's in payroll. The biggest other part is in their contractual. And without checking in with Sean, I don't know what that is. However, that line item looks to me like it's going to go well over where it was this year. So it, even without an increase, it needed to go up just to cover what they're actually spending in that line. What they didn't put in to spend this year was their capital outlay, and that's the only way they were staying within budget this year. Because there was 60,000 budgeted and we're showing 0 expense this year. So that's how they are staying within their budget this year, because it looks like their other costs are up. And as to why they're up, I don't know.
You think there's any of the budgets that maybe, I knew you went over everybody's budget.
Well, and I haven't done a lot of studying on
I
all.
was gonna say, I wonder if you go through those budgets and you find somebody's submitted an already increase of COLA or whatever that maybe you didn't.
Yeah, and I have not looked at that.
Okay.
I asked Katie Friday before she left about a current employee list by department and with salaries, and she said it's out there in the folder where I can get to it. However, I didn't get that far this weekend, so I plan on doing that before Friday also, and looking to see on all of them if the salaries are really in line with where they need to be, because sometimes they aren't. And it's probably just because they looked at the current one and, okay, I need to do this much more.
So what you're saying is they've already added a pay increase. They could have.
Could have, but I don't know at this point without digging through every budget.
Okay.
I know where mine is because I did the workup on mine and I know what it would take for that increase, but I haven't seen those calculations from other people. Not that they haven't done them, but I haven't seen them. I think Janet had a pretty good explanation with hers on salary and why it was where it was, so I know she's done the work to look at it.
Did you say Randy wanted to talk about the fire one? Was that today or?
Well, Randy, he told me this morning, because in the email I sent you guys and forwarded on,
47.
I had mentioned that there was probably about 20,000 in salaries this year that we wouldn't need, and that's on the fire calls, and that depends on how many calls we have.
Right.
But then there was also already scheduled transfers to special fire, and we could reduce some more there to get them to revenue neutral. And what he told me this morning is he would rather work on reducing next year's budget request instead of making those changes right now, because he thought he could find it in next year's budget to reduce that much. So I told him, hey, that'd be great. If you can find it, let us know what you come up with. So I know he's working on that already.
Good.
So I'm sure he'll have some type of proposal for you by Friday that you can look at on his. And again, that one where it's a special district, it's totally separate from the county on revenue neutral. So that one is completely on him or his discussion with you guys to get that one. If you want it to be revenue neutral, it's got to come out of that budget. It can't be a combination of other budgets.
Gotcha. And then on the sales tax continues to do okay.
It's doing real well. However, that has absolutely.
I know. I just want to, yeah.
Well, with inflation the way it is, it's only going to get better.
Well, you would think so, unless people quit buying things.
Yeah.
Because the
Well,
price.
if the food tax goes,
It's just the state.
it's
food
just
tax.
state food
Yeah,
tax.
so.
Yeah.
Like right now, if you buy something in Mound City, there's the state tax of.
So the city tax
6.5.
stays.
There's a city tax of 1%, there's a county tax of 1%, so you're paying 8.5. And that food tax is a gradual reduction, but say
Right.
when it does get down to where it's not taxed, you'll still be paying 2% here because you'll be paying city and county on food. You just won't be paying that 6.5 state.
Now, even though, once it gets to 0, they're still allowed to tax, even if the tax doesn't exist no longer in the state? So I'm saying once, because it's a gradual reduction down to 0.
Right,
So eventually the state of Kansas says, no sales tax on.
that's just
food.
on the state.
Just on the state. But if the state doesn't have a sales tax, the city can still go ahead and,
How's that sound?
can they go up because now the sales tax is down? In other words, if it was, just throwing Mound City, because if it's 1.5 here percent for the city right now, I don't know what it is, don't care.
One, but
1%. Since it's dropping down to 0, can they increase it to 3?
I think they have a limit of 2.
City does?
Yeah, I believe that's correct, unless it's a special project or something, but.
So it could
That would
potentially
take
go up
them-
automatically
But
from the
that, I
cities.
think that would also take them going to a vote of their people to increase their sales.
City has to vote on.
And that's like, this year, Linn Valley has one on the ballot to put a 2% sales tax in
Or
Linn
Is
Valley.
that their sewage thing? What's it on?
I don't remember all the language
Okay.
in it, but it'll be on the August ballot. The people of Linn Valley will get to vote on that. And then
Won't that just be water bills, electric bills?
whatever business is within Linn Valley, which isn't a lot of
That's what I'm
businesses.
saying. That's,
Yeah.
So,
would that be their utilities in town?
but it would, yeah, anything that's billed by the city for in there would go up. And I was thinking they had some type of business that was within their
Got a whole
city limits, so there'd be a little there, but it's a vote of the people, and it's just like our 1 cent sales tax for funding this project, or for funding the bonds for this
Right.
project. That one, the language was in it, it's 1% until the bonds are paid off, then it drops to 1/4% for continuing operating expenses. Without another vote of the people of the county, that's what we're locked into. You can't just change. If you ever want to, or the people did, it could go back on a ballot again to either eliminate it, increase it, whatever you were gonna do.
So the people thought, and you think about it, you see all the advertisements on, the promotions on Governor Kelly dropping the sales tax and eventually going to nothing. The cities are obviously going to keep their sales tax on everything. So it's really, and they could actually increase it by saying, hey, since there's no state, we can raise it up with this without even a vote.
I don't think they can change what they have without a vote.
That's sad.
That'd be,
Because
that'd be an attorney question.
no, I hear you, but it's a misconception. I think people are going to have, I still pay tax because, you go to somewhere up in the city in Wyandotte County or something, they may charge the 2% or whatever it is they charge. And that'll
Figured up all the tax you paid in a year, you'd have a heart attack.
start crying. I got nothing else.
Got anything going on up there?
They're not coming.
Oh, is he? Darren?
Gary said he didn't need
Oh,
anything.
okay.
You didn't need anything? Is that it then?
Has Gary got anywhere on the jail? Like the demo of the jail over there? Do you know anything about that?
I don't.
I don't think we put it out for bid or anything, did we?
I haven't seen any bid specs or.
Did you have anything in the paper about the jail being torn down? As far as the request for demolition, a bid on it? Okay. I don't think I've seen one.
I don't remember seeing anything on it yet.
I just wonder.
So be here bright and early Friday morning, right?
Yep.
8 o'clock. You bringing breakfast burritos?
I'm gonna eat it right in front of y'all.
You get scrambled eggs?
Might be an MRE and they're already 12 years old since I've had them. I can't imagine what they look like.
They'll last forever.
Cut the commissioner snack fund though. That thing just keeps me alive.
And there you go.
You'll have Red Bull in it before it's over.
That's right.
I'll make motion to adjourn.
So,
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hey, Jeff. Carlos sent me an email, question something about all those I sent, and I'm positive I just told her I'd give her a call. Sure what she's talking about yet.
Yeah.
So I'll check on that, but, as soon as I get Brenda and Connor this afternoon, I'll see what she's talking about, so I may send you one of those center bills. And then I've got 3 or 4 libraries this week, and city and maybe a township or 2 left, so I definitely have some more for next week. And then whenever we get to the county one, I'll have that too.
I need to visit with you sometime when you've got some time.